Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just standing in as Usher-in-Chief, and I've been asked to request our honourable delegates please to leave the white seats to VIPs who have been assigned these seats. A lot of those VIPs will be ministers in the South African government. So any other delegates will ask you kindly just to move slightly further back in the venue as a ministerial delegation and other VIPs are due to arrive shortly. Thank you for working with us. Appreciate it. Merci. Yeah.
Thank you, and good morning to all colleagues. Can we request that you take your seats? We are waiting for our guests, led by the President of the Republic of South Africa. So in 2 minutes, we'll be calling this meeting to order. You are allowed to chat. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all stand to welcome His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, together with His Excellency Silas Chiluma, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, and His Excellency, the former Prime Minister Stefan Löfven, former Prime Minister of Sweden, together with the Honorable Sihle Zikalala, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal. I'll request you to remain standing. We will, while standing for the rendition of the South African and the African Union anthems by the school, J.G. Zuma High School.
Izwa imithandazo let us make and hold together to give the best we have to Africa. The land, the man, the man, the fund of culture, the lease and hope, our break is of dawn. Oh, sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sun and flesh of the sky, let us make Africa the tree of life.
Excellencies, honorable members, and ladies and gentlemen, you can sit. They will just give us a short one, and then we start.
Uti sholoza.
We say no to child labor.
It is an exploitation of children's rights.
Child labor deprives us opportunities of becoming better of citizens.
We need to be protected, educated for a brighter future.
This monster is against children's rights globally.
This wrong act causes difficulties to us as children.
It takes so much freedom and brings poverty.
Dreams, hopes are being destroyed.
Child labor is a pandemic affecting the whole world. We need to fight and stop this selfish behavior.
Uti sholoza. Ithemba lami, ithemba lami, ithemba lami, ithemba lami, ithemba lami, ithemba lami, ithemba lami.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the young boys and girls have summarized the message of this conference. That they are supposed to be at school not doing child labor. A very clear message. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my kids. His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa. His Excellency the Saulus Chilima, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi. His Excellency Stefan Löfven, the former Prime Minister of Sweden. Mr. Guy Ryder, the DG of the International Labour Organization. Honorable Sihle Zikalala, the Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The Excellency Mayor of eThekwini, Babu Kaunda. The Nobel laureates, Kailash Sriati and Lima Gonwe. The ministers and deputy ministers, the parliamentary representatives, our international guests and panelists, leaders and members of all organizations who are present here, who form part of the tripartite arrangement and the various NGOs working in the different spaces, the members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished delegates to this 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour. Let me also recognize Miss South Africa, Lalela Mswane. Let me also recognize the Miss Universe team, Ntando Skudla. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome all of you to this opening ceremony of the 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour, which begins today on the 15th of May to Friday the 20th of May in our beautiful city of eThekwini. The opening ceremony paves the way for substantial work that will be taking place throughout the week. However, before we begin with today's proceedings, I would like to call on all delegates attending this conference and accompanying sessions as well as the side events in person to strictly respect the COVID-related safety measures in place. Masks must be worn at all times in the room, with the exception of the time during which you are granted an opportunity to speak and when eating and drinking. We all know that we are not off the hook when it comes to COVID-19 infections and ordinary flu, since it is winter season in South Africa. We've made arrangements and our medical personnel is on site to guide on the procedures for testing, isolation, and hospitalization. To avoid further contamination, let us all continue looking after ourselves and each other. A number of those who registered could not turn up when they are starting to see the figures going up. The health personnel have additional information for medical incidents to ensure that you as our visitors are safe and sound during your stay in our country. We begin our work this afternoon with this opening ceremony that will be followed by the Laureates Forum to mark the beginning of the 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour. The South African government is grateful to the ILO and the social partners for selecting our country and the continent as hosts of this prestigious event. The conference comprises the high-level panels that will focus on the root causes of the child labor and the necessary policy responses that will assist the ILO member countries to accelerate our march towards 2025, which is the deadline that the UN General Assembly set to end the child labor in terms of target 8.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the program also entails a number of sessions that will focus on different topics such as education, global supply chains, agriculture, as well as side events and children's forum. The latter event is one of the highlights of the conference, and it is important that we hear from the children. The conference will end with a legacy forum which will feature the current and the previous host of this conference, which will discuss what needs to be done to keep the resolutions alive, especially in the context of 2025 deadline. This session will be followed by the closing ceremony where the social partners are expected to adopt the outcome document of this conference. The document, the Durban Call to Action, is going to be our roadmap towards 2025. Consultations of this document started last year with all the regional formations of the ILO and continued to be refined in Geneva in Switzerland. We urge the members of the drafting committee, we urge them well under the chairpersonship of the Director General of the Department of Employment and Labour of South Africa, Toby Lelamati, and supported by the ILO Secretariat. I shall now open for the speakers, and we must be strict on time which has been allocated. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly allow me to welcome the first speaker to take the podium, which is representing the host province, Premier Sihle Zikalala of KwaZulu-Natal. Give us the welcoming address.
Thank you, Program Director, Minister Nxesi, President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, His Excellency Chilima, former Prime Minister of Sweden, His Excellency Stefan Laffer, Your Excellencies, joining us online, the Deputy Secretary General of the UN, Mohammed, the Director General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Ratha, the Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Kaunda, MEC for Finance in KwaZulu-Natal, MEC Dube Ncube, all ministers who are here from South Africa and all other countries, compatriots and all delegates who are following this proceeding online. Greetings from KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, in this Africa Month that marks the 59th anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity and its successor, the African Union. It's a matter of great honor to us that we're able to welcome you to this august body of the International Labour Organization, to KwaZulu-Natal, to South Africa and our continent. The records recorded in the annals of history for South Africa's freedom are the intervention of various international bodies, including the ILO and the solidarity of workers all over the world, in isolation of the apartheid regime and the defeat of racial oppression. Addressing the ILO after his release from Robben Island in 1991, former President Nelson Mandela said, as I quote, "History will surely recall that there are very few other issues which united humanity as much as did the opposition of the nations to the apartheid crime against humanity. The actions that the international community took to express its revulsion against this crime are part of the equation of struggle which has taken us to the moment of hope and confidence which we have reached today. In this context, we would like to take this opportunity to salute the International Labour Organization for its enormous contribution to our common struggle," close quote. I'm sure that those words are still relevant even today. The elimination of child labor is a new terrain of struggle, as underlined by the laureate Kalasha Sataj. Eloquent summed it up when she said, "Child labor perpetuates poverty, unemployment, illiteracy, population growth, and other social problems," close quote. Members of this distinguished conference, we hope that the days ahead will give us more attention to issues, will draw more attention to issues and the content of this challenge we are facing as the globe, the challenge of the child labor. But during the 28 years of democracy in South Africa, we have worked hard to protect and advance interests of the most vulnerable in the society, our children. The institutions of democratic state have served as a tool for fundamental socio-economy, where we can point to the progress we've made since 1994 in delivery of schools, homes, clinics, roads, libraries, and access to one of the most far-reaching social security net in the world. Day by day, we work toward achieving the promise of our Constitution and the laws of our land, which enjoin us to honor human dignity and to create a thriving human rights culture. In this context, a better life for all citizens, especially children, women, people with disability, is a leading priority of our government at all levels, especially local, provincial, and at an international level. As KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa, we are alert to the possibility and the implication for our children and work decisively to cushion them and from the impact of the pandemics that we see, such as nutrition and lack of access to education. In this regard, KwaZulu-Natal province and the country have extended not only social protection net, but also the grants that are meant to ensure that children are protected and are supported. We are also mindful of the fact that economic meltdown that have affected the country and our province impact to children. We know that the high level of unemployment contribute to the worsening conditions that faces children. But we continue to ensure that we create more jobs and intervene to cushion vulnerable families so that children will also benefit. Government funds continues to support the Department of Education to ensure that apart from National School Nutrition Program, which procure food for children, all children are able to access education. Our labor legislation, in alignment with international labor standards, allow young people to seek employment, but at a particular age, not young people who should be at school. This is crucial for us, especially as an African continent, because of the rising youth population. To fight youth unemployment, in this year's budget allocation, KwaZulu-Natal prioritized the rollout of education infrastructure, the strengthening of training and skills acquisition. Our main goal is to make young people capable of sustaining themselves with education and skills. Children are dominant beneficiaries of various programs that our provincial government is offering. As KwaZulu-Natal, we raise our hand in support of the global campaign for the elimination of the child labor. Let us mobilize so that no child is left behind. Let us work for a world where every child has a future, a chance for a better life, and is safe from exploitative labor. KwaZulu-Natal welcome all of you with embrace, and we invite you to enjoy the natural splendor and diversity of our province. Our very best wishes for fruitful engagement and proceedings of this 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zikalala, for welcoming us to your house. Colleagues, we are on a virtual, it's a hybrid conference. Thousands are connected to us all over the world. And we're doing it in such a way that it's starting now up to 4:30 this afternoon, South African time, in order for everyone who wants to connect in whatever part of the world is able to talk to us. And we're going to request that the speakers also respect the time. They know the time which was allocated to them. Up next is the representative of the workers and the employers. We will start with Mr. Begin Chalinchali, the Regional Vice President of the International Trade Union Confederation, who is also the General Secretary of the Congress of the South African Trade Unions.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Mr. Minister Nxisa must registered my protest, President, that the Program Director wanted to see my input to okay it before I delivered here. So if I say something that you may not like, it is because as a teacher he has corrected my first speech. Mr. Minister Thulas Nxesi, Your Excellency, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Zikalala, the Mayor of eThekwini, and the many ministers present here today, the Vice President of Malawi, His Excellency, Mr. Chilima. Now I'm a little bit confused. I heard the previous speaker say it is both Vice President of Malawi and Namibia, but it's possible. The Excellency, the Executive Director and the Executive Officer of the Federation of the Kenyan Employers and the International Organization of Employers Vice President, Ms. Jacqueline Mugo, the Deputy Secretary General in the office of the Secretary General's Mayor Amina Mohammed, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Mr. Sayati, the young activist representing the children activist, or Save the Children activist, Ms. Tato Mhlungu, the former president of Sweden, Mr. Löfven, the ILO Director General, Mr. Kai Ryder, and of course, our President, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, friends, delegates, and our international guests. On behalf of the workers' group, it's an honor and privilege to stand before you and say a few words of welcoming to this conference. Like the environmental and climate change campaign trying to save our planet, the child labor is not an act of God, but a human-made problem, which the culprits, in a differentiated ways, are all presented here, and only us were in a position to eliminate the child labor. Personally, I'm delighted that this panel on the first session is made of general secretaries or secretary generals. Just to remind you that Mr. Zagalala is a former Secretary General of our Youth League. Ms. Amina Mohammed is a Deputy General Secretary in the UN family. The Program Director, Mr. Thulas Nqesi, is a former General Secretary of the Teachers Union. Mr. Kai Ryder is the former General Secretary of the International Unions Confederation. And of course, our President is both the Secretary General and the General Secretary. He's the only one who got these two positions, both in French and English. Of course, let me also salute my own President, President Zingiswalos, who is the President of SATUC. I think it is not a mistake that the workers' group decided that I, as a General Secretary, of course, should talk to these other General Secretaries here because we believe in them, that the problem that we are facing, with their wisdom here today and many others, we should be able to come with a resolute and action that will be able to take this program forward, and we have no reasons to doubt their abilities. The panelists in the different segments are well positioned to share experience, but more importantly, to share ideas how to speed up the process to eliminate child labor, particularly in the increment of child support grant, access to education, and many more that can be done. The situation in South Africa is not different from the rest of the world. While we have significant strides forward on reducing the numbers of working children due to social protection schemes, such as the one in Brazil, free education, no-fee schools, feeding school scheme in South Africa. But in the last decade, we have seen 94 million fewer children in child labor, but that progress is now at risk. The impact of economic crisis, increasing unemployment and poverty, the impact of the COVID, the soaring food prices and energy, the war in Ukraine, are all likely to reverse and make the global target to end the child labor more difficult to achieve. But the world is 3 times richer today than 20 years ago, yet 79% of our people are denied the universal social protection. 84% of people say the minimum living wage is not enough to live on, and 81% of countries have allowed violation of the right to collective bargaining. The recent increase in the child labor shows that poverty and inability to absorb economic shocks render our household vulnerable to child labor. And the only way to prevent it is to establish a new social contract between workers, government, and business that ensures that the rights are respected, jobs are decent with minimum living wage and collective bargaining, social protection is universal, due diligence and accountability are driving business operation. We need to rebalance our society to become more resilient against the future crisis, be it environment, health, and conflict related. The latest estimates show that more children in the sub-Saharan Africa, at least 86.6 million, than the rest of the world combined. That's how big the problem in our continent. 4 of every 5 children are engaged in child labor within the agricultural sector in the main. This is where our focus, we think, should pay attention to it. We have all the tools in the toolbox, field which cash transfers, public employment program, social protection initiative, social insurance, rural and agricultural development programs, committed teachers and schools, mandatory due diligence laws, collective bargaining for living wage, all of which have proven to be effective to eradicate the child labor. Mr. President and all excellencies, we believe we have the wisdom, the power to rescue on the resources to deliver the urgent need required. We wish this conference success. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Let's thank Mr. Nchalinchali, the workers' representative, and request the rep of the employers, Ms. Jackie Mugo, the Regional Vice President of the International Organization of Employers and the Executive Director of the Federation of the Kenya Employers. The floor is yours, Madam.
Dear President Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Vice Presidents, former Prime Minister of Sweden, dear Deputy UN Secretary General, dear Deputy Presidents, dear Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, dear Director General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Guy Ryder, dear Excellencies, our host, the Prime Minister of KwaZulu-Natal, representatives of trade unions present here today, led by my brother, Beki Nchalinchali, the General Secretary, COSATU, dear employers present, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, let me say all protocols observed in case I've made some blunders. First, I want to say that I'm really honored to speak on behalf of employers who are brought together under the aegis of the International Organization of Employers. From my brother Mbeki's speech, I note the heavy presence of trade unions here today, great leaders past and present. I want to urge the employers to take courage. God loves us all. As I address you now at this crucial 5th Global Child Labour Conference, The number of victims of child labor is rising. Our responsibility is to do all we can to reverse this trend. This is not an easy task as we continue to wrestle with the impacts of COVID-19, face growing geopolitical tensions and historic price increases due to the Russian war against Ukraine. There is no doubt that our work today and during this conference is even more crucial than previous ones. We cannot allow these global trends to push even more children into work. And we must do all we can to find sustainable paths for children to stop working and ensure families have sufficient resources to avoid them returning to work. This 5th Global Child Labour Conference must succeed and galvanize more international determination to eradicate child labor once and for all. Ladies and gentlemen, child labor does not occur in a vacuum or out of the blue. We all know the root causes of this grave human rights violation: poverty, informality, limited access to education, weak or lacking social protection floors, insufficient labor inspection, and weak governance. If we fail to address these root causes of child labor in a comprehensive manner, then we will surely not succeed in our fight. These obstacles are not insurmountable, but so far we have not shown the necessary will or pursued the comprehensive collective actions required to address them. We are not here in Durban to blame each other, however, but we are here rather to redouble our efforts to work better together. Collective action is key if we want to succeed. At the last Global Child Labour Conference in Buenos Aires, which took place 5 years ago, we set up the Alliance 8.7. The Alliance 8.7 brings together UN organizations, governments, social partners, and civil society at international and national level. The Alliance has a tremendous convening power and is connecting the dots between the international and national levels. It is this kind of innovative approach which is triggering collective action. I would strongly advocate for further strengthening the Alliance 8.7. Proof of what can be achieved through collective action can be found in Uzbekistan and Qatar, where under the stewardship of the ILO and strong engagement of social partners, the government successfully eradicated child labor and forced labor. We need to bring these successes and replicate them in other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet, we recognize that the people of Durban have been experiencing widespread hardship due to historic floods. We thank the government of South Africa for hosting us, despite all these challenges they are facing here. The employers express their complete solidarity with the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, we want to urge as employers that we must deliver together as constituents under the ILO. The IOE and its members, representing more than 50 million companies, are deeply committed to follow up the actions adopted by this conference and working tirelessly to make progress in the eradication of child labor. We also call on the G7 labor ministers to implement the Durban call to action in the G7 labor ministerial meeting on 24th May in Wolfsburg, and G20 labor ministers in their meeting in September. It is only when and if we start mainstreaming actions to eradicate child labor at all policy and normative levels that we will have success. So let us get to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Muko. As the host, we pushed for children to also be present to add their voice. We have a child ambassador, Ms. Tato Mhlungu, who is coming from the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament here in South Africa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Program Director, my fellow South Africans. I've been waiting to say this for the longest time ever. Mr. President, we really, really miss your speeches, I have to say. His Excellency, the President of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, the Minister of Social Development, Ms. Lindiwe Zulu, and with her colleagues, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, the DG of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Guy Ryder, most importantly, the children I am representing. Hello, guys! Standing before you is Thato Mhlungu Ungwane Wakangwade, the 2019 Speaker of the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, as well as the Ambassador of the Gauteng Province. We are very grateful to be part of this opening of the 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour, representing children. Welcome to our country and the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal. Unfortunately, we have from April been trying to averse the devastation caused by the floods, and would like to give gratitude to our government that has been working tirelessly to provide social relief for victims, especially children. South Africa is the first and only country in history of this conference to include children in the conference. As children representatives, we are very happy and would like to applaud the government of South Africa for giving us this platform to express our views, not only to express, but to present solutions to the issues we as children face. This shows that as a country, we are one step ahead when it comes to the implementation of Article 12 of the United Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is child participation. This is a clear indication that South Africa values the principles of child participation, and that, ladies and gentlemen, deserves a standing ovation. Child labor is not a rumor. It is real as it is happening throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to speak from personal experience on this brutality that my fellow young sisters and brothers have had to endure and have been enduring on daily basis. The social issue of child labor has a deep place in my heart, as I have witnessed a very close friend of mine being forced to work and fend for his family at a young age, and that whole situation robbed him of his childhood. The protection of children has been one of those issues that sits close to my heart, and as Child Protection Week is approaching, I cannot emphasize this enough. May we as the country strengthen the protection instruments that protect children not only during Child Protection Week or during COVID-19, but 365 days and beyond. This ribbon that I'm wearing, when you look at it, may it be a constant reminder and commitment for you to continue to protect children everywhere you go. In closing, as children, we request to be included in the panels and discussions that are going to be held throughout the entire week. Please give us the opportunity to lend an ear, as I am not alone. I am with the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament ambassadors, together with the children that are badly impacted by child labor, not just nationally, but internationally. We humbly request that we ensure when there is child participation, these principles to be followed. Number one, transparency. Number two, respect and inclusiveness. Number three, where all children clearly understand the implications of their choices. Number four, the environment of the conference is child-friendly and safe. Lastly, we as children have access to key stakeholders and have the opportunity to ask questions and provide feedback on their participation. We look forward to the conference and hope that as children we will show the world our abilities to articulate, and that our views are indeed solution-centered. We invite you to the Children's Forum, which will partake on the 19th of May 2022, where we'll be having critical discussions among ourselves with the aim to develop a call for action that outlines the resolutions relating to child labor. I thank you. And before Kitsamaya, I would like to say something. We as the children, we will continue, dark or blue, we will continue to fight for our rights, beke le beke, kgwedi le kgwedi, ngwaha le ngwaha. Danko!
Thank you very much, Tato. We've heard you. The conference have heard. We've heard you that nothing for you without you. Nothing for us without us. That's a very clear message. Ladies and gentlemen, we will welcome the next speaker, and that speaker will be followed by a cultural item. We will request the Nobel Peace Laureate, Mr. Kailes Riati, the children's rights advocate, and the 2014 Nobel Prize winner. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Tato. What a great message comes from the children of South Africa, children of African region, and the children of the world. You set the tone. Thank you. My dear children of Africa and children of the world, Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, Vice President of Malawi, dear brother and the former Prime Minister of Sweden, Stefan Löfven, dear brother and the Director General of ILO, Guy Ryder, my fellow laureate, Lema, dignitaries, sisters and brothers. It is very significant to assemble here in our first international conference, 5th International Conference, in the land of Nelson Mandela. It has a great significance because this is a great reminder for those very fundamental tenets of justice, equality, freedom for every human being that Madiba and Desmond Tutu and many others lived with. This is also a land of transformation. An ordinary Indian barrister came and stayed here for 21 years. But you have transformed him to Mahatma Gandhi. One of the greatest souls lived on the earth. That was miracle happened here, very close by. Yesterday I visited Peter Maritzburg station, and some of you might know that when Gandhi was traveling, he had a proper first-class ticket. When he entered in a only white compartment, he was thrown down. He was removed. And there is a monument on that very place, which we visited yesterday. But his anger, his pain, did not go into any kind of revenge or hate or violence. He began his first satyagraha, the first civil disobedience, the non-cooperation, using the tools of non-violence and peace. Not only in India, but that has given the philosophy to the rest of the world. He converted those values of liberty and dignity of human beings, peace and non-violence, into social movement and political movement. That's why I said that this is the land of transformation. Ordinary people can bring about miracles in the world. So each one of us have come for a purpose here, not just to celebrate something, but frankly speaking, I remember when this conference was conceptualized back in 1996 in the Netherlands, and the first conference, and the second, and the third, and the fourth. We have big reasons to celebrate. Today, I am sorry to say that we may have some success stories here and there, but when I think and speak on behalf of world's children and the most marginalized children, nothing much to celebrate. How come the number of child laborers have increased in the last 20 years? Who will take this responsibility if not each one of us, all of us? Who would we hold accountable for all those 8 million children who were added to workforce globally? And 16 million children in this region in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa in particular. We have to reflect. This is not the matter of being depressed, but it's a challenge for us. We have to accept it as a challenge with greater resolve, greater commitment. Dear friends, I had an honor to meet Madiba a couple of times. And when I came to invite him for the global march against child labor, which we organized across 103 countries, demanding new ILO convention against the worst forms of child labor in 1998, I had a good conversation. Every single minute, every single second, listening to him, talking to him, has brought new sparks inside me. And he has written a letter, though he could not come because of his ill health, to flag off the march from the Robben Island. We started in front of that jail where Madiba has been put for years as a symbol. He has written that only collective and concerted action can rescue and prevent our children to become the further victims of child labor. That has given us a big boost and foundation for the global march, and very personal inspiration for me. I'm also inspired with Mahatma Gandhi, who has given a very simple mantra, a talisman, that if you have to measure the success of your policies and programs and your actions, think of the poorest of the poor, the last person of society. And if we are not able to reach out to the last child who was born somewhere in Africa, somewhere in Asia or Latin America or in Europe, in bonded labor, in slavery, who is very vulnerable to be sold like animals or sometimes in lesser price than the animals. If we cannot ensure freedom, dignity, education, health care for that child, we have to think twice. We cannot sit quiet. We cannot sleep comfortably. And therefore, all of us, are concerned that when we are talking about this growth of increase in child labor, this is not during the pandemic. This is 4 years before the pandemic, after our collective commitment to end child labor by 2025. between 2016 to 2020. It was the time when the world has become $10 trillion richer. Today, I am angry to say that 1 of every 5 children in this part of the world are working as child laborers, whereas in the rest of the world, 1 out of 10 children are working. When we first held our conference, the number of child laborers in Africa and the number of child laborers in Africa now is same between 1997 and now. And in the meantime, the wealth of the world has doubled. You cannot blame Africa. I'm angry to say that this is happening because of a discriminatory world order. I wanted to be more limited in my words, but I'm afraid whether it is still the age-old racial discriminatory mindset prevails somewhere. This is my question. It is our collective moral and political and economic responsibility to ensure that African children get their fair share. We cannot end child labor without eradication of child labor in Africa. Africa is the mirror of the world civilization, the world development. Today we are talking about, today means nowadays, the vaccine apartheid. But it must not be the development apartheid. It must not be the justice apartheid. That must not go on. This is intolerable. Dear sisters and brothers, some years ago when I rescued a girl, 8-year-old, Devli, she was born in intergenerational slavery and was working in a stone quarry. When she realized that she is free, she asked me, "Why didn't you come earlier? Why didn't you come earlier?" This is the question, dear friends, I am extending to you and you and you and those who are listening through web. Why didn't we go earlier and reach out to those children who are sold, who are lived in these kind of situations? I refuse to accept that the world is so poor that cannot protect each of our children. We can do. We did. In the leadership of my friend Guy and ILO and many more countries have proven. They may share success stories here. We know what is the problem and we know what are the solutions, what works. But what we need, as Madiva said, concerted action. What we need is courage. You have shown courage right away to host this conference in spite of this pandemic as well as the flood. You have that power and courage. We all have that. So, Devli's question has to be answered. I ask my colleagues in civil society, how long we will keep on fighting and having differences? How long we will live up with our egos? Why can't we can be compassionate together for our children and come with collective voices? I ask my friends in the governments, may these children not be your voters. But this is the time to rise above partisan politics. This is the time to rise above the politics of vote for our children, because we cannot afford to lose the entire generation. I ask my trade union colleagues, how can we reach out to the most unorganized sections of society whose children are forced to work? I ask my business leaders, employers, that compassion and profit can also go hand in hand. Ethics and profit can go hand in hand. So let us go for that. I ask everyone sitting here that you are much more powerful. I have taken a couple of more minutes, but one more minute if you can give me. There is no reason to lose hope. There is no reason. 40 years ago, 45 years ago, when I began my fight against child labor, it was a serious problem, though it was a non-issue. So I can say with my humility that we were able to reduce child labor in the past. We can end child labor. That power the world has. A little boy who is sitting here, he's no more a boy, maybe a young person, 18 years, 19 years. When we rescued him, his name is Barku, from child labor, bonded labor, in fact, in a mica mining. And he has been working inside the tunnel-like mines. One day, a mine collapsed, and he saw the death of his friend. Both of them were working, and they were 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old. And then a shred of mica shot her eye, and one of his eye has become blind. But this boy did not lose the hope. He took a resolve that he is not going to leave any child labor in his area and make sure that everyone is freed and goes to school. Today in his village, every child is going to school. Each one of you, dear sisters, dear brothers, are much more powerful. I am just asking one question. If Gandhi was alive, if Madiba was alive, and ask this question to you, what Devli has asked, how would you answer? I humbly, with my folded hands, request you. I request you because I don't want to lose hope. I believe in you. Don't wait that some miracle will happen. We are the people. This is the time. Place is here. Let us march. Let us march from exploitation to education. Let us march from darkness to light. Let us march from injustices to justice. Let us march for the dignity and freedom of every single human being and every single child. Let us march. Let us march. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Indeed, Kailash, let us march for the dignity of every child. Thank you very much for that message. Colleagues, we won't take this item now, the cultural event. We'll move with our speakers. I want to welcome the ILO DG, Mr. Guy Ryder. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Programme Director, Minister of Labour and Employment South Africa, Thulas Ntetshi, Your Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency, Saulus Klaus Chilima, Deputy President of the Republic of Malawi, Excellency Stefan Löfven, former Prime Minister of Sweden, Excellency Lindiwe Zulu, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Secretary General Becky Nchalishali, representing the Employers Group of the International Labour Organization, Executive Director Jacqueline Mugo, representing the Employers Group at the International Labour Organization, Kailash Satyarthi, Nobel Peace Prize winner, Misato Mlungo, representing the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament. Dear participants, let me begin by thanking the Republic of South Africa for hosting this global conference on the elimination of child labour, and most particularly President Ramaphosa for honouring us this morning with his presence. And to the city of Durban, to its people, we must express our solidarity and our support on what we trust will be a rapid path to recovery from the terrible floods of last month. Dear friends, this is the 5th global conference on the elimination of child labour, the first to be held in Africa, and the last one before the 2025 deadline for the elimination of child labour set under the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And so we are in the right place at the right time. The right place because Africa is the continent from where the solutions to the global child labour challenge must and will emerge. The political commitment, the policy innovations and coordinated regional action in the face of these challenges, perhaps steeper here than in any other region, are evidence of that. Africa is an incubator for approaches to tackling child labour that the rest of the world can learn and can benefit from. And this is the right time because the worldwide movement against child labour, as we've just heard, has received a wake-up call. Since our last global conference, child labour has actually increased for the first time since we started measuring at the beginning of this century. There are today, you've heard it already, 160 million children in child labour, half of them in work that puts their health, safety, and moral development at direct risk. 89 million of them are very young, less than 11 years old. And child labour is rising particularly in this age group. And regrettably, and we know it, COVID-19 has made the situation still more difficult. And so the question is, and Kailash has posed it more eloquently than I ever could, will we allow progress against child labour to be stalled or to be reversed, or will we summon the will, the resources and the vision that is needed to regain momentum and to reach the common goals that we have all set for ourselves? And this conference is a precious and unmissable opportunity to provide a clear answer. The choice, quite frankly, is ours. Now, some may say, some do say, that child labour is an inevitable consequence of poverty and that we must accept it. I believe that to be wrong, and that we never can, never should resign ourselves to child labour, and we don't have to. Tackling the root causes, such as household poverty, is essential. But child labour, let's not forget it, is a violation of a basic human right, and our goal must be that every child everywhere is free from it. That is what the international community has already committed to. And we have come a long way. In 2020, the ILO's convention is number 182 on the worst forms of child labour reached universal ratification. Every single one of our 187 member states has signed up to it. It's never happened anywhere else or on any other convention. And the other key ILO convention, it's number 138, on minimum age, has been ratified by the very great majority of our member states. With sound legal frameworks, expansion of educational opportunity, social protection, and support for improved livelihoods, member states have already achieved a decline of some 86 million in child labour since the year 2000. And that includes even the recent increases. And this is, let's not forget it, remarkable achievement. But we need to increase our efforts. The evidence that we have and the rich experience of past decades means that we do know what needs to be done. We do know what works against child labour. And the time has come to make sure that our commitments are put into practical action that delivers for children and for their families. And tackling the root causes of child labour is, I'm pleased to note, at the centre of your discussions at the conference this week. This means expanding education and social protection, securing decent work for parents so that they can meet their needs and keep their children in school and out of work, securing adequate financing for the implementation of national action plans, paying particular attention to child labour in agriculture, where 70% of child labour occurs. And let's also be mindful of the vulnerable groups such as migrants, refugees, and children with disabilities. And let's adapt our work too to changing conditions and contexts. Technological innovation, demographic changes, climate change, globalization. All of this is shaping our rapidly changing world today. And persistent inequalities and democratic backsliding undermine social and economic progress. And I'm obliged to say that the deplorable increase in conflict and mass displacement are hitting children harder than anyone. Conflict and humanitarian crises dramatically raise the risk and the occurrence of child labour, including in its worst forms. And ladies and gentlemen, as the COVID-19 pandemic threatens to reverse years of progress against child labour, children everywhere saw their education disrupted. 2/3 of children have no internet access at home and are missing out on online learning. Millions of children are still out of school, and the poverty effects of this crisis alone can increase child labour even further. On the other hand, there are emerging opportunities to accelerate the elimination of child labour. A human-centred approach that promotes inclusive and sustainable economic growth is a key. Just think of what we can do with the transformative power of technology to deliver quality education at scale, closing the digital divide, of international trade that really operates fairly to open access to markets and technology transfer, promotes stability and generates decent jobs for all, of international cooperation really capable of mobilizing a global response to global challenges, such as the one that we're dealing with today, and which increases financial flows to the developing world, of multi-stakeholder partnerships such as Alliance 8.7, which has spearheaded the global fight against child labour, bringing together governments, workers and employers' organisations, civil society, and academic institutions to share knowledge, promote cooperation, and accelerate progress. The role of strong workers and employers' organisations and labour market institutions, providing protection for all workers and promoting sustainable enterprise, supporting a shift at scale from the informal to the formal economy, of a truly just transition to a carbon-neutral economy that unleashes new sources of sustainable growth, protecting the environment and the future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, put all of that together, leveraging the profound shifts in the world of work, to achieve our shared goals requires, I believe, nothing short of a new social contract that puts people at the heart of economic and social policy. And in this, we must keep children's rights at the centre. We cannot allow, because there is a danger, that attention and resources be diverted from the fight against child labour to the many other challenges before us. Now, child labour is by no means restricted to the least developed countries. A lot occurs, indeed the majority, in middle-income countries. But child labour is always related to inequality, to informality, and to poverty. And so our national wealth, if it is to be translated into reducing child labour, if that is to happen, economic growth must be inclusive and benefits distributed equitably. And adults and young people who are above the minimum age for work must enjoy all of their fundamental rights at work, so that they're able to claim a fair share of national wealth, the wealth they help to create, and that includes the right to organise and the right to negotiate collectively. Because child labour cannot be separated from the other struggles of working families. Remember this: more than 2/3 of children in child labour work alongside their parents. Family farms and enterprises that depend on the labour of their children and need greater support to improve their livelihoods and end that dependence. Promoting adequate rural livelihoods, organisation of workers and small enterprises so that they can collectively promote their interests. Formalisation of the informal economy, economic diversification, and a proper business environment for creating decent jobs and investing in basic services infrastructure. This needs to include a transformative agenda for inclusiveness, diversity, and gender equality. All of the data we have shows, for example, that the educational level of mothers is a decisive factor in preventing child labour. Ensuring equal access of girls to quality education is vital. Throughout their lives, they need equal opportunities, equal participation, and equal treatment in the workplace. Girls need to be protected from early marriage and from the double burden of work outside the home and domestic work in the household. We need to make that generational investment to make universal access to free, compulsory, quality basic education a reality. Another thing to remember: the increase in child labour since 2016 has occurred exclusively amongst the younger children, from the age of 5 to 11. And it can come as no surprise, can it, that a large share of younger children in child labour are excluded from school entirely. Nearly 28% of 5 to 11-year-olds, 35% of 12 to 14-year-olds in child labour are out of school. And following 2 years of COVID, ladies and gentlemen, when large numbers of our children dropped out of school, it's absolutely imperative that we get them back. Too little progress has been made as well in ensuring that all children enjoy their human right to social protection. Worldwide, 1.5 billion children up to the age of 14, a number of them who are in child labour receive no family or cash benefits. Comprehensive child-sensitive social protection systems are critical, and I want to draw your attention now to a report we are launching this week with UNICEF, precisely on the relationship between child labour and social protection. There is a lot of evidence in it to help us develop our thinking. President, participants, let me conclude. You have a very full and a very rich agenda ahead of you. We will take stock of progress made since the last conference in Buenos Aires in 2017, when the Buenos Aires Declaration was adopted, and you will assess what is working, but also the implementation gaps that we need to fill and you will share valuable knowledge and experience. As significant as the proceedings are this week here in Durban, we are all aware that what matters most is what happens, what we do when we return to our homes. The conference will consider for adoption this week an action-oriented outcome document, the Durban Call to Action on the Elimination of Child Labour, and a series of regional and global consultations have helped to shape the draft. I believe it offers a state-of-the-art roadmap for the elimination of child labour and the possibility to monitor your progress. Colleagues, this week, the United Nations Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, called for us all to rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. Let's start today here in Durban. Child lives matter, policy matters, finance matters, commitment matters, you matter. So let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guy. From your days as the General Secretary of the International Confederation of the Free Trade Unions, which changed into the ICTU, the International Trade Union Council. Thank you very much. Your legacy remains with the workers all over the world. Your skills in mediating amongst the tripartite structures on difficult issues. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, Guy Ryder was elected as the General Secretary of the ILO in 2012. He is now serving his last year. He has served 2 terms. And an African from Togo has been elected to lead. Thank you very much. Let's give Guy Ryder a big hand. Mr. President, I don't know whether you know that Guy Ryder now is Sir Guy Ryder. He earned that title in his home country, Sir. Thank you very much. We will now move very swiftly and welcome the representative of the United Nations in the African continent and in the SADC subcontinent, which is Ms. Amina Mohamed, the Deputy General Secretary of the United Nations and Chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group. I was told that we will be watching her from a hologram. Are the technical people ready with that message?
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my sincere thanks to the Government of South Africa for hosting this landmark event. As a daughter of the African continent, it gives me special pride to address the 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour, the first to take place in Africa. This conference is a source of tremendous hope for the 160 million children around the world who are trapped in child labour. Children who work in mines and in fields, on construction sites, or hidden behind the walls of private homes in domestic servitude, and those denied the right to fully develop physically and mentally. Too often they are denied their right to education. If they attend school at all, their performance suffers due to their extra workload, and they're likely to drop out early. Their right to health is also put at risk, and accidents and diseases can mark them for a lifetime. Child labour is quite simply wrong. And the only solution to this crisis is a rights-based approach, one that recognises and upholds the rights that every child has to health, education and protection, a right to a future. The ILO, as a values-driven organisation and a leader of the worldwide movement against child labour, has a critical role in this work. The universal ratification of the Convention number 182 on the worst forms of child labour marked a historic first in the United Nations. Children everywhere now have essential legal protection, regardless of the level of economic development in their countries and communities. So the tool exists. Our challenge now is to fully implement it. This means seizing the opportunity to renew our commitments made in Oslo 25 years ago. It means actively convening and listening to our civil society partners on the ground who remain steadfast champions in the fight against child labour in every corner of the world, as the efforts of Nobel laureate Kailash Satyarthi in India powerfully demonstrate. And it means gathering more investment and support for all of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that affect our progress on child labour, from poverty and hunger to social protection, decent work and gender equality. Education is a clear example of this. A lack of educational access and opportunities fuels child labour. And around the world, education is in turmoil. COVID-19, climate change, and political and economic crises are compounding a pre-existing learning crisis that has left the education-related Sustainable Development Goals badly off track. We simply cannot allow children, today and tomorrow, to experience catastrophic losses in learning and well-being. That is why the Secretary-General decided to convene the Transforming Education Summit this September as part of our common agenda. The summit will be a once-in-a-generation opportunity to come together to chart a new path for education, including closing the digital divide, so every child everywhere can have a chance at accessing a quality education. And the summit also represents a new path to eliminate child labour. It will urge dramatically expanded financing flows for education and all efforts under the Sustainable Development Goal Target 8.7, the elimination of all forms of child labour by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, our commitment to ending child labour remains strong. It must never waver. 160 million children are counting on us, and we must not let them down. With your steadfast support, we can ensure that future generations of children can enjoy what every child deserves, the simple blessing of a normal, healthy, and safe childhood. Let's make child labour a thing of the past. Thank you.
Let's thank that message from the UN. We will move very quickly and now call His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, who is here to give a message of the SADC region. Malawi is the chair of the SADC region, representing also the President of Malawi and also the message of the continent. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, the President of South Africa, and all distinguished guests. First of all, let me say that you will excuse me. I will use people's titles because I don't want to mispronounce their names. Second, others may think that the Premier, when he said I was the Vice President of Namibia, he made a mistake. Actually, that was a prophecy, and all we have to say is amen. In modern days, we are allowed to have dual citizenship, and if this is a prophecy, I receive it with both hands. Your Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Guy Ryder, the Director General of the International Labour Organization, the Minister of Employment and Labour in South Africa, the Premier of the KwaZulu-Natal province in South Africa. Let me say, all protocols observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and also members of the Fourth Estate. Excellencies, I bring to this forum fraternal greetings from the President of the Republic of Malawi, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Makathi Chakwera, and the people of Malawi. First and foremost, His Excellency, the President, requested me to convey a message of appreciation to you, Your Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa, for inviting him to be part of this historic event. He really wanted to be here himself, but due to other equally pressing matters back home, he has regrettably missed this occasion. He has, however, sent me to deliver a message of goodwill and best wishes to His Excellency, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and all distinguished delegates that are participating in this 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour. And before I proceed further, on behalf of our President and the people of Malawi, I also hereby convey my deepest sympathies for the loss of over 500 people right here in Durban during those catastrophic floods last month. It is my sincere prayer that God should comfort the bereaved families and heal the entire nation at large in this trying time. May they be our intercessors, and may their souls rest in peace. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, a powerful slogan screams, a childhood is for learning. Don't use the childhood for earning. And we congregate here with that full realization at this 5th conference because there was a 4th. 5 years ago, Argentina hosted the 4th conference on the elimination of child labor, and we thank both the President and the people of Argentina for hosting that event. We were expecting the President to join us virtually. I am told he is not. The meeting in Argentina adopted the Buenos Aires Declaration, which outlines the principles and actions to be taken. Many of us presented pledges for action towards the elimination of child labor and forced labor. So today, and the next few days, this forum here in Durban will provide delegates an opportunity to take stock of progress made in fulfilling our pledges to date and the challenges we have encountered along the way. Excellencies, this forum will also provide a platform to deliberate and find new ways to reverse child labor trends. We have to brainstorm and explore practical solutions to bridge the education gap, extend coverage of social protection, create jobs for the youth, mitigate against climate change, promote agriculture and rural employment, as well as empower the vulnerable. The Buenos Aires Declaration called for action to accelerate efforts, but the SDGs deadline of 2025 to end child labor and 2030 to end forced labor. The declaration also called for the generation of more decent employment opportunities for young people around the world. These target dates looked too far then, but today, here we are, remaining with only 2.5 years to end child labor and barely 7 years to end forced labor. We have no time to waste. As the ruler of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed Rashid Al Maktoum, lamented in his book, The Flashes of Thought, I quote, "Our objective is to make people happy. There is no delaying happiness. Multiply the days of delay by the number of people to calculate the years wasted in procrastination," end of quote. Excellencies, the question we should be asking ourselves today is, will we get there? Or indeed, will we achieve what we desire to achieve? I personally believe that with the right mindset, we will achieve our goals. With the involvement and commitment of everyone, we can overcome child labor and forced labor decisively. Let there be no onlookers or bystanders. It is action time. The current global statistics, as produced jointly by the International Labour Organization and UNICEF, show that about 160 million people or children were subjected to child labor at the beginning of the year 2020, with almost 9 million additional children at the risk due to the impact of COVID-19, as we know. This accounts for nearly 1 in every 10 children worldwide, with half of them in hazardous work that directly endangers their health and moral development. Excellencies, it is estimated that in Africa, 40% of the children aged between 5 and 14 years are engaged in regular economic activities. The Southern African Development Community has not been spared to increasing child labor problem. The most challenging issue within SADC region is that most of the countries have not yet adopted innovative national strategies to combat child labor. However, this does not mean in any way that the picture is gloomy. To its credit, the SADC region has in place a code of conduct on child labor. Through this code, member states are encouraged to develop comprehensive national strategies to combat child labor, including ratifying international instruments, developing national policies, and last, national action plans. Excellencies, as an example, back home in Malawi, the situation is a mixed bag too, as evidenced by estimated 2 million children aged between 5 and 15 in child labor. We cannot therefore afford to watch and contemplate to postpone ending child labor to a later date. Immediate action is required to reverse these trends. To briefly speak for Malawi, in our efforts to reverse the trend and fight child labor, we have ratified the relevant international labor organization conventions, including all fundamental conventions, such as Conventions 138 of the minimum age of entry into employment. Recently, Malawi also ratified ILO Protocol of 2014 on Forced Labor Convention, which includes occupational safety and health conventions, namely Conventions 154, 155, and 187. Malawi has also ratified United Nations Convention on Rights of the Child and is a state party to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of a Child. Corresponding legislation has been enacted in our home country. We have the Employment Act aimed at regulating minimum standards of employment and prohibit child labor and forced labor. We also have the National Action Plan on Child Labor, the Malawi Decent Work Country Program, and the country's current development blueprint, the Malawi 2063. We further have many programs to empower families so that they are able to support their own children. Notable programs include social cash transfer and the school feeding programs for empowering vulnerable families to able to support their families. A few others will be deployed soon. More importantly, we have abolished the tenancy labor system due to its semblance with forced labor or bonded labor. For Malawi, the abolishment has been a crucial step towards the sustenance of our efforts in the fight against child labor. Your Excellencies, in this regard, as Malawi, we make an honest plea to the member states here present, the entire UN system, and other stakeholders, including the private sector, that with all our might, we should fight one war, the war against all unacceptable forms of work. As Malawi, we believe that all the 187 member states of the International Labour Organization are committed to the fight against child labor, as is evident by the universal ratification of Convention 182 on the worst forms of child labor. These efforts and interventions are all meant to make sure that Malawi escalates her fight against child labor. Excellencies, I stand here today with a lot of hope for the future, a future that will require us to change the way we have been doing business, a future that demands a change of mindset on how we perceive and deal with causes and drivers of child labor. We need to agree here and now on how we shall do things different. We need deliberate policies to extend social protection coverage for children and their families, to scale up investment in free and good quality education, promote rights of children from birth to adulthood, promote decent work for young people, among other interventions. The future begins right now. Your Excellencies, as we lay down these interventions, we need to pay focus to the agriculture sector, which accounts for 70% of child labor. We need a multifaceted approach or approaches that promote inclusive rural transformation and rural development in all aspects. We also need to work closely with the private sector being the center of most industries. We can all sit here and come up with recommendations and programs, but they shall amount to nothing if those who must see them through are not involved. As I wind up, let me commend the International Labour Organization for supporting many projects, including a project to address decent work deficits in tobacco, and through value chain to accelerate action in the tea sector. On its part, UNICEF has come in to support interventions in the fishing sector, and we thank the ILO, UNICEF, and all development partners, the private sector, for their support and zeal to address all these vices. In conclusion, on behalf of our President, I thank the organizers for putting together this program. In a special way, I would like to thank once again the hosts, South Africa, for the hospitality, and the International Labour Organization for co-hosting this conference. And Mr. President, speaking for our delegation, the hospitality has been top class, and the efficiency in service delivery has been suffocating. We salute you. Let us all remember that we need a future of work that is child labor free, forced labor free, to ensure a full recovery of the losses we have made through child labor. I am confident that this will be in line with the International Labour Organization report titled A Human-Centered Recovery and the Future of Work in LDCs, which we launched in New York just last month. As we all know, the report will serve as an important background document for employment-related discussions at the 5th UN Conference on LDCs to take place in Qatar. I am convinced that together we will fight and defeat child labor. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, a friend of mine once told me, you must stand up so you can be seen. You must speak up so you can be heard. And you must sit down so you can be appreciated. Excellencies, I am sure you have heard me, you have seen me. I seek your permission to resume my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Chiluma, the Vice President of Malawi. We appreciate the messages of support from the continent, from the region, in particular from Malawi. The next speaker who's going to speak, maybe you must ask the questions from him about the mine workers of Malawi, who for many years have been part of the mining industry in South Africa. I think he has all the answers, because the speaker I'm going to introduce now, I'm introducing a friend of the workers as a founding general secretary of the mining workers in South Africa. A very powerful union. Today, the mining workers are enjoying rights. You wouldn't think about that at a particular time. I'm introducing to you one of those who were leading the crafting of the Constitution of South Africa, which has the Bill of Rights and the workers' rights, because workers' rights are human rights, including the right to strike is in the Constitution. And this is the former deputy president of the Republic, an accomplished businessman, and the president of the Republic of South Africa. But what is important, colleagues, also, in 2019, President Cyril Ramaphosa co-chaired the ILO Global Commission on the Future of Work with the former Prime Minister of Sweden, Mr. Stefan Löfven, who is also present amongst us, who is going to be part of the panel here. Their sterling work paved the way for the adoption in July 2019 by the social partners of the Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work, which promotes the human-centered approach to the future of work. His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Program Director, Minister Thulas Nxesi, Minister of Employment and Labour in South Africa, Director General of the International Labour Organization, Mr. Guy Ryder, Your Excellency, Saulus Klaus Chilima, Vice President of the Republic of Malawi, Your Excellency and dear friend, Stefan Löfven, former Prime Minister of Sweden, and as you heard, a former co-chair of commission that was set up by the ILO to look at the future of work. Your Excellency, Mr. Sihle Zikalala, Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and Your Worship, Mayor Kaunda, Mayor of the beautiful city of eThekwini, ministers and deputy ministers amongst us and MECs, and Nobel laureates, Mr. Kailish Satyati, and my sister, Ms. Lema Gowe, and Ms. Zingiswa Losi, the President of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, and Regional Vice President of the International Trade Union Confederation, and General Secretary of COSATU, Peking Jalinjali. My sister Jacqueline Mugo from Kenya, representing employers, and our collective daughter, Tato, representing the children of the world, and especially the Nelson Mandela Children's Parliament, international guests who are here with us, and ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests and leaders of civil society. South Africa is indeed honored to host this very important 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour in partnership with the International Labour Organization. On behalf of the government and the people of South Africa, I welcome you all to our country and indeed to the city of eThekwini. We welcome you much as eThekwini and the other surrounding areas in this basin where you are holding this conference has suffered a devastating flood that has led to the loss of almost 500 people. We'd like to thank you all who have expressed your condolences and kind wishes of support. And Vice President Chilima, do pass on our gratitude to President Chakwera as the chairperson of our African region here in SADC. He did pass on his condolences and messages of support. So thank you to all of you who have sent your prayers, your kind wishes, and your support. Thank you very much. I wish to commend the ILO for organizing this very important conference. In the quarter of a century since the first international conference on child labor was held in Oslo in 1997, the ILO has been at the forefront, the real forefront of the global effort to eradicate the practice of child labor. Not only has the ILO forged international consensus through instruments such as the Convention on the Worst Forms of Child Labor, but it has been active, together with its partners, to ensure that such instruments have a meaningful impact on the lives of the world's children. We are particularly pleased to be hosting this conference in the year that South Africa marks 25 years since our democratic constitution came into effect. That was the adoption of this constitution was a seminal moment in the long and bitter struggle for the rights of all the people of South Africa. The recognition and advancement of human rights was central to the struggle for the democracy in South Africa. From the earliest Bill of Rights, because what we are talking about here at this conference has a particular history globally, but it has a much more pointed history here in South Africa. From the earliest Bill of Rights, which was adopted by the governing party, the African National Congress, in 1923, through to our new democratic constitution, adopted as the supreme law of the land, the rights of children have been expressly advanced as a fundamental element of broader human rights. The African Claims document, which was adopted in 1943 by a whole range of organizations, including the governing party here, asserted the right of every child to free and compulsory education. The Freedom Charter, which was also adopted in this country at the height of the struggle for democracy in 1955 by the Congress of the People, demanded that child labor should be abolished. That is as far back as the struggle to eliminate child labor started and intensified in this country. It further said that education shall be free, compulsory, universal, and equal for all children, and that mothers and young children should receive special medical care. This was not just a matter of principle. The assertion of the rights of children was a direct response to the deprivation, to the discrimination, and to the deliberate neglect that had been visited on the children of this country, particularly black children, by successive colonial as well as apartheid administrations. The enshrinement of the rights of children in our country's Bill of Rights is about correcting this grave historical injustice. Our democratic constitution places obligations on all, including the state, to advance the rights of children to a name and a nationality. It places an obligation on us to advance their rights to care, basic nutrition, shelter, healthcare, and social services. The Constitution of South Africa enshrines the rights of children to be protected from ill treatment, from neglect, from abuse or degradation. South Africa is also signatory to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which established global standards for the protection, survival, and development of children. In reflecting on the paramount importance we have attached to the rights of all children of our country, we recall Nelson Mandela's words when he said, "Our children are the rock on which our future will be built, our greatest asset as a nation. They will be the leaders of our country, the creators of our national wealth, who care for and protect our people." Close quotes. In giving effect to this conviction, President Mandela personally dedicated himself to the care and protection of children by establishing the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, as well as the Nelson Mandela Children's Hospital in Johannesburg. He was adamant that in order for our young people to grow up and fulfill their role in society, they are in need and deserving of our protection. The South African Constitution advances the right of every child to be protected from exploitative labor practices. This includes not being permitted to perform work or services that are age inappropriate or that place the child's well-being, education, physical, or mental health at risk. Such exploitative labor practices are also disallowed as they impact on a child's spiritual, moral, and social development. Such labor practices rob children of a childhood. They deny them the opportunity to be explorers, to be learners, to develop and fulfill their potential. They deny them the opportunity to play, to just be children. Child labor perpetuates the cycle of poverty, denying young people the education they need to improve their circumstances. It condemns communities to forms of economic activity and labor that limit any prospect of advancement or progress. For many, the words child labor conjure up images of young people working in sweatshops and informal factories. We have all seen the terrible, heart-rending images of children, some as young as 6, laboring in mines in a number of locales around the world. These images are the open face of child exploitation. But there is also a hidden face that many do not get to see. It is the children in domestic servitude that a number of speakers spoke about here earlier, to families and relatives. And these children are prevented from going to school because they have to do work either in the household, looking after an aged parent or grandparent, or to work on the farm and do all manner of other jobs. It is the children of labor tenants on farms fulfilling exploitative agreements with farm owners, where the entire family must work on the land in exchange for the right to live on the farm. It is the many, many children, boys and girls, who are bought and sold in international sex trade, the worst of all forms of exploitation. We are here today because we share a common conviction that child labor in all its facets is an enemy. Child labor is an enemy of our children's development. It is an enemy of our children's future, and it is an enemy of progress. It is also an enemy of nationhood. No civilization and no country and no economy can consider itself to be at the forefront of progress if its success and riches have been built on the backs of children. We are collectively here because we recognize the urgent need to put an end to a situation where millions of children across the world are losing their formative years to the burden of unfair treatment. About this, we are categorical. There should be no excuse. There should never even be an explanation or justification for using child labor. According to the ILO and UNICEF, we have made substantial progress in addressing the worst forms of child labor exploitation. At the same time, the effect of worsening poverty means that, according to the ILO, a further 8.9 million children are expected to be engaged in child labor by the end of 2022. And we've also heard that child labor numbers are ticking up, particularly in the youngest category of children. This threatens our efforts to eliminate child labor by 2025 as part of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This means that we need to intensify our efforts and tackle the challenges that we still face with renewed vigor, with renewed purpose. One of the most significant challenges is that the dire material conditions facing millions of families around the world often places families in an impossible predicament. When life is about survival and families struggle to make ends meet, young children are often forced to leave school, to go and earn wages to assist their families. They sacrifice their own future. They sacrifice their own progress and education to advance the interests of their families and more often adults. Another challenge is limited access to affordable, quality education for children. Without such opportunities, and particularly where there is no legal obligation on parents to send their children to school, there is a greater risk of children of poor families being put to work. And then they lose the opportunity of going to school. Lack of universal social protection, including child support grants and forms of child care support for working mothers, contribute greatly to conditions that increase the likelihood of child labor. It is our duty and responsibility as the international community to ensure that no parent is ever put in such a predicament, that no child is denied decent schooling, and that no family is forced to send their children out to work because they have no choice. Eliminating child labor is an integral part of our journey as the international community towards achieving social justice, to achieving human rights and protection for the most vulnerable in the world. This conference will be looking at why millions of children are victims of exploitative labor, why this persists in some countries but less in others, and on what decisive interventions are needed to end these practices. The COVID-19 pandemic has deepened poverty, it has increased inequality, and it has also expanded underdevelopment across the world. The fragmentation of global supply chains and how this has affected child labor in countries with extractive-based economies is a matter that should be taken up by the ILO, by business, by human rights activists, as well as by civil society. Labor organizations must also take this up. In time to come, the economic impact of the pandemic will also influence patterns of migration. We know that child labor coexists with migration flows and socioeconomic instability in developing economies. In a climate where millions are prepared to brave the harshness of deserts, rough seas, in search of a better life, the risk of children being exposed to exploitative labor practices is high. The reality is that our prospects of eliminating child labor and achieving decent work are limited unless we change the structure of the global economy and the institutions that support it. Among other things, this requires that patterns of trade, as well as investment, that are more inclusive, creating opportunities for developing economies to become more integrated into the global value chains are absolutely necessary. They need to have the resources and the opportunities to industrialize, to advance up the production value chain, and to provide their people with better jobs. We call on all social partners to adopt, if we are to address this challenge and eliminate child labor, that social partners should adopt the Durban Call to Action that focuses on the practical steps that need to be taken to make a difference. The goal should be to complement the ILO reporting mechanisms without adding more responsibilities to member countries. As a global community, we must demonstrate our commitment to ending child labor by committing ourselves to far-reaching actions. And I'd like to suggest the following. Firstly, we must ensure the full implementation by all countries of the ILO Worst Forms of Child Labour Convention of 1999. Guy Ryder says many countries have signed up to this, and we're grateful for that. The convention is a bold statement of intent, but its worth will only be realized if it is consistently and comprehensively implemented. Secondly, we must attain universal access to social protection with a specific focus on children and the vulnerable. By providing a basic flow of support for families with children, we can reduce the need for children to be put to work, whether in the home or elsewhere. One of the things that President Nelson Mandela did was to focus on children, particularly when it came to social protection of children. When he introduced the social grant for children, which covered almost 12 million children in our country. And when he also introduced a meal a day at school for young children who were in schools. Thirdly, we must work towards free, equitable, and quality education for all children so that every child has an opportunity to advance and to improve their material circumstances. Our experience in South Africa has been that child support grants, fee-free basic education, and school feeding schemes have been a lifeline for indigent families. Such initiatives help to keep children in school and thus makes them less vulnerable to exploitation. Fourthly, we must intensify our efforts to end all forms of discrimination against the girl child, particularly with respect to domestic work and access to education. By ending this form of discrimination, we free up the girl child, who the girl children have historically and forever been the ones who are subjected to do domestic work and in many cases have had to forego going to school because they've had these other tasks. Fifthly, we must work to expand global supply chains to include poorer countries as part of our efforts to achieve decent work and eradicate child labor. And lastly, we need to ensure that companies and consumers are more aware of child labor and its effects, and that through their purchasing and investment decisions, they do not support exploitative labor practices. Now, without a conscious effort to achieve social justice, we will struggle as humanity to eliminate child labor. Vulnerable young people across the world are looking to all of us, as Tato, who stood here and spoke to us. They are looking at this conference to emerge with actions that will radically change their lives. Let us, as we are gathered here, do everything within our power to meet the exploitation that Tato expressed here, the expectation rather, that she expressed here. Through the Durban call to action on the elimination of child labor, we are optimistic that as social partners and as stakeholders, we will be able to chart a course towards eliminating child labor by 2025. We wish the governments, employer organizations, labor organizations, and all stakeholders success in the vital work they have to undertake to ensure that the rights of children are respected, that the rights of children are also protected, upheld, expanded, and extended. The world depends on you, gathered here, to continue to be the torch-bearers for the decent work, to be the champions of a better life for the peoples of the world, but more particularly for the children of the world, so that they can get the justice that they deserve. Because, as Nelson Mandela said, they are the future. I thank you.
Can you once again give a big hand to the President? Thank you very much, Mr. President. You have made a number of suggestions which we must consider in the conference. Now, we know that the conference is officially opened. I must therefore thank all the speakers, the excellencies who spoke here for the important messages as we commence with this conference. We're commencing with our week-long conference. Given the fact that we are behind time, as a teacher, if your children in the class, when they do well, you reward them. I'm going to reward you now. I'm going to reward you with a nice lunch because you have behaved up to this stage. My time is 15:18, which means we must be back here just in 30 minutes. So I'm giving you that body break, that lunch break. But before that, I will request that lunch will be served as follows. The heads of state, if they join us, the ministers, the laureates, and the heads of the delegations will have their lunch in Hall 1. All the delegates will have their lunch in Hall 2. But I'll request all of you to stand, don't move, and we will allow His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, the Vice President of Malawi, His Excellency, the former Prime Minister, and to take the leave now. Then we will rearrange. After that, Nozipho Shabalala, who is no stranger to ILO, will take over the next session, the panel discussion. Very exciting. Mr. President, you can take the leave. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let me release you for the nice lunch. Strictly 30 minutes, so that we start with the sessions we are already behind. Cheers.
Ma'am, before. 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
As a compromising start towards the elimination of child labor, support our campaigns aimed at reducing.
Okay. Sorry
to wait.
Yebo. Yebo. Hello.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
I'm on it.
1, 2, 1, 2.
You know? Ha 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 ha.
1, 2, 1,
1, 2, 1, 2.
Oh, direct. Direct. Yeah.
I want to focus.
But if you could look outside the gates, what's up? Okay. Qala ngo.
Greetings to everyone, Sanbonani, and welcome to today's section.
Thank you. But if you look outside the gates of our rag and carpet, thank you, thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
As a compromising start towards the elimination.
I began at 5 a.m. and ended at 8 p.m. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2.
I want to focus on the UN articles on the rights of the child.
For today. I am Unqobile Masondo, and today's show is on about child labor. This is the hottest topic these days, and in studio we do have a few guests for you. But before we engage with any of them, here are some few facts on the matter at hand. Nearly 1 in 10 children are subjected to child labor worldwide, with some driven into hazardous work through trafficking. Economic hardships takes a toll on millions of families worldwide, and it costs the child's safety. You may take a seat. $160 million children were subjected to child labor in the year of 2020. And in addition, 9 million children were at risk. Almost half of them are in hazardous work that directly affects their health and social development. And in most cases, child labor occurs when a family is facing financial issues or uncertainty. This may be due to poverty, or the loss of the job creator, or even the death of the primary caregiver. The consequences can be staggering. And in nearly every case, it cuts children off from school, it cuts their health care, restricting their fundamental rights, and also threatening their futures. And now, to get on with the business of the day, we do have Mr. Rag of Rugs and Carpets Factory. Sir, your record suggests that about 1,000 of children lost their jobs in the last year due to the new proposed child labor law. What is the situation now?
Thank you. That is true. But if you could look outside the gates of our rug and carpet-making factories, what do you see? Children dismissed by factories 2 months ago. Some have even came with their parents seeking to be re-employed. The situation is really confusing for us employers. And no one of those dismissed children had gone back to school as projected. Half of them are employed somewhere else. Some are actively seeking work.
But Mr. Rag, let us not forget about the issue of refugee and migrant children.
Yeah.
Many of whom are uprooted by conflict, disaster, and even poverty. Remember, trafficked children are subjected to child abuse. They are subjected to violation of their own human rights. Let's not speak about our girls who are sexually exploited on a daily, while our boys are exploited by large groups and armed forces. What's your comments on that, Mr. Rag?
You know, these days, each time I stop next to the traffic light, I see one of my former boys selling flowers or drugs, and they will always plead with me to re-employ them. And just last week, a mother who used to bring her 14-year-old daughter in my factory confronted me on my way to the office with shame, said her daughter had been raped twice after being forced to prostitution. So I must re-employ her. I employ all migrants and non-migrants. I provide a living for them. Really, why are we blamed employers for employing needy children?
All right, Mr. Rag, thank you so much for your input. You may take a seat.
Thank you.
But before we proceed, here are more facts on the issue at hand. Progress to end child labor has stalled for the first time in 20 years, reversing the previous downward trend that saw child labor fall by 94 million between the year 2000 and 2016. The incidence of hazardous work in countries affected by armed conflict is 50% higher than the global average. And now, in studio, we have invited some working children who for 5 years have been under child labor. How are you? Sasko, tell me, before being rescued, how many hours did you have to work, let's say, a day?
I began at 5 a.m. and ended at 8 p.m. I had a half-hour break at midday. There were 3 overseers to ensure no time wasting. One foreman was there to use a strap to whip us awake. My home was a good mile away, and I had to walk every day to and from the factory. In the mornings, I could barely walk. And my brother and sister sometimes used to, out of kindness, put me under each arm and run with me to the factory gates. And my legs would drag on the ground. As a result of the pain, I could not walk. I never got into bed before 11 p.m. My mother gives me my food and has to shake me awake, as I sometimes used to sleep with the food in my mouth.
Well, for me, my case is different. I have 3 brothers and 3 sisters. I'm the eldest, a 15-year-old. My photo sugar plantation is far from the village home. Sometimes I go on by bike, otherwise I go on foot, and it's really tiring. I use a long bush knife to weed and harvest sugar cane. I know that as a child I'm not supposed to do difficult tasks, but I do it because my father is getting old and I am the eldest.
Powerful.
He doesn't have strength anymore. So I have no choice but to help him maintaining the plantation on a full-time basis.
Is this how our children should live?
No.
Really? I see a hand, ma'am. The floor is yours.
I want to focus on the UN articles on the rights of the child. You know, the most crucial and exceptional aspect is not Article 32 that is used to design children and protect them from the economic exploitation.
Give us more.
You know, articles such as 12 and 15, these are so important because they establish the rights to freedom of expression and association. That include the participation to the range of children's rights. We adults, we seem to forget that these children are capable social actors rather than us pre-adults who have the right to provision and protection. So I say that child labor must end. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am, for that input. Mr. Rag, it seems as if you would like to say something.
Well, on the other hand, I don't think it is fair and fine to blame us alone, employers and business, for child exploitation. But what is being done by many governments, yes, including mine too, which have signed that convention? Many governments do not give fully rights to free expression and association in law or practice to their adult citizens, let alone to children.
Decent work for all!
I am so surprised to hear that point from you, sir. Indeed, everyone must listen to smaller voices, their strengths, and capacities should be strengthened too. Children should be involved in planning, implementing and evaluating actions taken for their welfare. Children who work are the children who don't have time to play and have fun and are forced to drop out of school. They are forced to be adults and to take on the responsibilities for which they are not yet prepared for.
So, are you suggesting the enforcement of child participation in society?
Certainly, yes. As active instead of passive partners, this is a new millennium. We must adapt to consequences of change cooked by us decades ago. Children are capable beings too.
What do you have to say, ma'am?
But let us be frank here. Eliminating child labor can be so challenging. Each case is unique and requires remediation and support activities. Tackling child labor is a journey for us all.
Yes, definitely. So these views are exciting, encouraging, and also very relevant. But my issue is, are we not attempting to be idealistic? Dreamers?
Not at all.
But no. What about the ILO conventions and the trade union policies? One side is constantly insisting on the removal of children from work, and the other is adopting the children's rights approach, aiming to combat exploitation, rather than just removing them from the labor market.
Surely there is a need to look for some common ground
But
here.
where to start nowadays?
So lucky for us, we have invited some working children in studio today. Let us hear from the real voices. Sasko?
Thank you. It's very nice to hear adults speaking on our behalf. But for me, the overriding aim of all efforts is to combat the exploitation of children rather than to remove us from the labor market.
I agree. And this applies that international, bilateral, or consumer boycotts and sanctions against products made with child labor should not be supported without proper examination.
But why is that? In my understanding, this is meant to save you, working children.
Yes, the campaigns are for awareness purposes, but so long as the target of such campaigns is to remove children from employment rather than to improve the working conditions of children or general livelihood, I won't support them.
That is rather a surprising view from a working child, but what do others have to say on this note?
If I may enter, this is not a question of being against boycotts, sanctions, or actions interfering with the workings of the free market. On the contrary, our campaign says that the questions of working conditions, labor relations, and labor rights for both children and adults, like all human rights questions, are much too important to be left to the labor market. Instead, they should be the object of active intervention as a necessary condition for progress towards a just labor market.
But we consumers also have the right to know under which conditions our products are produced, within our country or somewhere else. This way, we are better able to make informed decision with that information. Don't you think so?
Yes, but any boycotts or sanctions must first select the rightful targets. In this case, the exploited labor children. By the way, it's a big no to any form of child labor.
Wow. What an answer. Thank you so much for all your input. Thank you for participating to our Listening to Children's Voices TV program. And I'm sure that you kids will be beautiful and excellent leaders of your countries one day. Before we end the show today, how about we have last words from each guest, and then music will follow. Mr. Rak?
Our business position is, let the labor market play its role on the issue of child labor. We satisfy their basic need, money. If they don't work, they will starve together with their family.
To everyone involved in this child labor issue, I simply say, also think about us who can't make ends meet at the end of the day. If we are taken care of at family levels, we won't become child laborers.
As a compromising start towards the elimination of child labor, supports our campaigns aimed at reducing children's working hours, ensuring children are not engaged in dangerous work, providing working children with better pay, access to education, and the right to associate or speak, kodwa-ke, and ideally, no child labor at all.
Yes, definitely not.
The ban on child labor without the rehabilitation program will never benefit the children, but instead they will lose. I have evidence of dismissed children who are now working as prostitutes. Some are even drug sellers. Their concern is never about education, but it is about the means of trying to find alternative sources of making income.
Yes.
So I say that the rehabilitation programs must also be supported even by the businesses too. And I also say that the children that will be dismissed from labor must be safely returned back to schools and training. We must provide quality access to education and support kids as well as with their families.
Yes. I am sure we will all agree that today's program was an eye-opener for all of us. I can imagine that some of the products that we consume on a daily were probably made by exploited children. This is leaving a big challenge to the policymakers to make sure that all the policies that they design are children-friendly. And to our parents and communities, making sure that they're partnering with local and international governments to make sure that children exploitation is a thing of the past. With that being said, I would like to end off the show. Thank you so much for your input and good day.
letting young people speak. And I think we see the power when we actually hear them speak and we hear them articulate. My name's Rosalind Yard, and I'm Chief News and Media at the ILO in Geneva. And before we move on to our next session on the laureates and leaders of children, we're going to have a really short discussion. I'm going to have a really short discussion with the ILO Director General, Guy Ryder. Just a recap of what we've heard this afternoon with all of these speeches. Some of them are quite inspirational. Some of them are quite sober, really, when we look at the extent of the challenges in front of us. So we just want to go through a very quick chat, and then we'll move on to the next session. So Guy Ryder, ILO Director General. Guy, welcome. I think my first question is, we've heard a lot of statistics being bandied around. Some of them may be quite confusing. Can you give us an idea of where we actually stand with child labour?
Yeah, thanks, Rosalind. I don't think it'll serve any purpose to go back over all of those numbers, all of those facts that you were sort of bombarded with this morning. But we've understood very clearly, I think, that over the last 20 years, the world made really extraordinary progress in eliminating child labour. And the one figure that wasn't mentioned so much, I'll give you one more, was the rate of child labour at the beginning of this century was 16%. We got to just under 10%. In normal circumstances, that would say it's a brilliant performance. But then something stopped, something went wrong. And the date where things started to go wrong and child labour went up again seems to be around 2016. And I've often asked myself, why? What happened then? And I haven't got a good answer, Rosalind. And my intuitive thought is we took our eye off the ball. All of a sudden, child labour slipped down the international policy agenda. We weren't investing internationally. Governments weren't giving these issues the importance that they should. And if that is true, and it'd be interesting to hear from the conference what they think, how do we rediscover the way of putting child labour right back at the centre of policy making? And I think that's, in a sense, the challenge before us.
Yeah, and we know that we live in times of crisis. We've just gone through and are still going through the pandemic. This is 2.5 years of it. But now we have these other crises on the horizon. We have conflict, we have rise in inflation, food prices, fuel shortages. I mean, what kind of impact is that having on child labour?
Yeah, I mean, on COVID in the first instance, we haven't got all the evidence yet, but what we do know is when COVID first hit, and economies basically locked down abruptly and brutally, that probably in the very short term reduced child labour, because like everybody else, children withdrew from work. So there might be a somewhat misleading improvement in the situation in the first stages of COVID. But then, as time has dragged on, and this pandemic really has dragged on, lockdowns began to be relaxed. I think with the heightened poverty and vulnerability in populations, all of the evidence suggests, and it's inconclusive yet, is that COVID has actually increased child labour even more. We've done some estimates, but they are only estimates, that child labour could have increased by nearly 9 million as a consequence of COVID, but let's see. And now we've got a whole new set of issues hitting the global economy. You've mentioned them. We all know about conflict in the world. What the United Nations is now telling us is there is the danger of a global converging crisis hitting the global economy through 3 sort of transmission corridors. The first, of course, is energy. Energy prices are going through the roof. This is going to have big consequences for the global economy. The second is to do with food and food security. We all know now that global supply chains for food are greatly endangered. And the news I hear is there's a danger of acute famine in a number of countries and generalized food shortages in others. And the third bit of crisis sounds familiar, it's financial crisis. There are more than 60 countries now, and this is the International Monetary Fund telling us, who look like they're in immediate danger of a debt crisis. Put all those 3 things together. If we don't get international policy making right, it looks like a perfect storm which could drive populations into greater levels of poverty and vulnerability and make the job of this conference even more difficult. So I think we have to set child labour in this broader policy environment. It's not encouraging right now, but policy is for us to make.
Yeah. What do you think that are the solutions exactly? I mean, we're here, it's the 5th Child Labour conference. We don't want this to be a talking shop. People have said we know what works, but what next if we know what works? We've already done stuff that's not really getting us there.
Well, we do know what works. We do know what works, and a lot of it has been done over the last 20 years. And I suspect that the next panels we're going to hear is going to bring it to the fore. Where children have the option of accessible school, quality education, their families will make the effort to get them in there, if they have sufficient income support to allow them to do so. Secondly, social protection systems which provide that income support are fundamentally important to relieving the pressure on families who send their children to work. And here's another, unpleasant number. In the world today, the majority of working people have 0 social protection. 0. It's 53%. Only then 47% have access to social protection. On the continent of Africa, that figure is 17%. So you see the convergence of circumstances. And I do want to insist that, no family, no parents, I believe, want to send their children to work. It's just not something that any parent wants to do. And yet, as was said this morning, 7 out of 10 children at work are working for and with their families. And I think that pinpoints the circumstances which bring this sort of situation about. We have to act on these root causes, and it's a broad policy agenda. If we try to tackle child labour without thinking about social protection, decent work for adults, education policy, we're unlikely to get where we need to go. So no one's underestimating the size of the challenge, nor its complexity, but we do know what we need to do.
Yeah, can I ask you just one more question? Do you have hope that we can actually do this?
Yes, I do. I really do have hope. If anybody had said in the year 2000, do you think that we could get 85 million young children out of work, I would have said, I think we can, but we have to want to. And that's the optimism. We have to want to. So my optimism relies on the political will, not just of the people in this hall, but of governments, and what you can do to mobilize that political will. And if that's there, you don't have to be a dreamer to be optimistic. You can have good reason to be optimistic.
Okay, thank you very much, Guy Ryder. Let's hope we can all be optimistic. And now we're moving on to the next session. Thank you.
Yep.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani, and a very, very warm welcome to the 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour. My name is Nozipho Shabalala, and it is an absolute privilege. It's a pleasure to serve you as the moderator, at least one of the many moderators that you're going to see throughout the week. To be able to be with you today at this 5th Global Conference, having moderated the conference, the 4th Global Conference in Argentina, and to be able to do this in my home country, and to be able to do this in my home province, is super special and very meaningful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this session that we are turning our attention to now is titled Laureates and Leaders for Children. And this is because the laureates and leaders that we're going to be hearing from now are really going to be focusing on the key question that we're going to be grappling with for the rest of the week. Why must the world recommit to eliminating child labor, and why must we do it right now? Throughout the day today, we heard many different stats, but perhaps just to bring and surface top of mind for this conversation, let us be reminded that in the first 4 years of the Sustainable Development Goals, we saw an additional 8 million children in the labor market. Let us also be reminded that at current trajectory levels, that number is expected to reach 9 million at the end of this year. And if you thought that that picture was bleak, it does get even bleaker. If we continue with business as usual, if we stay on the same trajectory, if we continue with inadequate social protection, if we continue with mixed pockets of access to quality education, we could see an exponential growth of that number rising by an additional 46 million. And that's going to happen in our lifetime unless we step into an accelerated call to action. And that's what this session is about. The laureates and leaders that we're going to be hearing from right now are going to speak to us about recommitting and reinvigorating the international community's commitment to the elimination of child labor. I'm going to call them up on stage. I'm going to ask them to join me on stage and to take their seats. It has been a long day. We're going to keep this panel discussion sharp, concise, to the point, and really allow it to set the scene and set the tone for the many robust and dynamic conversations that we're going to be having for the rest of the week. I'm going to start off by asking our Minister for Employment and Labour, Minister Thulas Nxesi, to join us. And he joins us in place of President Cyril Ramaphosa, who, due to the time constraints, could not be with us this afternoon. But Minister, thank you very much. You take on another role today, and let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Minister, thank you very much. We're looking forward to your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our presence, and he's already been introduced, and so I'm going to call on His Excellency Stefan Löfven, the former Prime Minister of Sweden, to join us. Your Excellency, thank you for being here. And as His Excellency comes up, allow me to remind you that he was co-chair of the ILO's Commission on the Future of Work alongside President Ramaphosa. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from one of the Nobel laureates today. I'm going to start off with Mr. Kailash Satyarthi, who we've heard from already, and invite him to join us back on stage. He did give us a resounding call to action earlier on today to say, we will march. And so we're going to build on that with Mr. Satyarthi as he joins us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another Nobel Peace Laureate with us today. We've heard her being introduced, and now it's our absolute honor and our pleasure that she joins us on the stage. Madame Leymah Gbowee, if I can ask for you to please join us. Can we give her a round of applause, please? And because we haven't heard her voice, allow me just to elaborate a little bit as Madame comes up. She is, of course, a Liberian peace activist, a trained social worker, and a women's rights advocate. Having received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2011, she's also the current president of the Gobi Peace Foundation Africa. She also serves as the executive director of the Women, Peace and Security Program at Columbia University's Earth Institute in New York. I'll pause it right there because we could spend the rest of the evening going through her bio. Now, we heard from Tato, we heard from other young people on the stage right now that no conversation without us, nothing for us without us. And so this panel would be incomplete without the voice of a child labor survivor and advocate, because that is the story you want to tap into today. And so it's my absolute honor and my privilege to call survivor and advocate Lucky Agbavo from Ghana. Thank you very much, sir. Can we give him a resounding round of applause as he comes up? Lucky is going to share his story with us. But just for context, allow me to introduce this young man from Ghana, who has worked in the fishing industry as well as in agriculture as a farm laborer. And after being rescued, and yes, we use those words deliberately, he was able to attain a scholarship that took him to university where he studies today. He's 25 years old, and ladies and gentlemen, I do believe is the embodiment of what is possible when every child has the ability to access their right to education and has the ability to exercise the freedom of childhood. So thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to maybe come and join you. And Lucky, I'm going to kick off this conversation by asking you to share your story with us in a few minutes. In this room today, filled with leaders on this stage, as he gets his microphone on, he's a young man, so I know he'll multitask as I ask him the question. On this stage, with leaders from around the world, in this room, with leaders from labor and a variety of trade union movements, in this very room, with leaders from business. What is your story that you want them to hear today?
Right. Good. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much for this opportunity to come to you to speak to you about what I have survived as a child labor. I am today only for the benevolence of many individuals who were committed to ensuring my future was protected and preserved to allow me pursue my dreams and aspirations. It is truly an honor to be here today, not only to share my story, but to share the story of many other young people out there who are surviving through shackles of harmful child labor. I'm also here to speak for the many of the children who may not survive without the immediate and deliberate actions of global leaders. I am indeed grateful to God Almighty once again for the opportunity. This is a story I have termed Rising Through the Lowest Ebb, the Lucky Story. In the year 2001, when I was 4 years old, I was taken to a fishing community called Akosombo in the Volta region of Ghana to stay with one of my mother's uncle. Over there, he introduced me into fish farming. For several months when I stayed with him, I never had the opportunity to enter the classroom or to go to school. So this has been happening. My mother took me there and then left for her hometown, thinking that her son is in school learning. But all along, I was on the river, River Volta in Ghana. It's one of the biggest rivers in Ghana. Yeah. It's linking to even Ivory Coast and then Burkina Faso. So I was working on this river with my grandpa. One day, he asked me and then one of his sons to go on the river to go for fishing. We went there, and then the guy went under the river to check on the net. And whilst I was on the canoe all alone, I felt so drowsy, and then I became disoriented to the environment because how the river was tossing to and fro. I became so confused because I was only 4 years, and all of a sudden, I fell into the river. I couldn't notice anything. Until later on, when he brought me into the house, he narrated that, yes, indeed, I fell into the river. He brought me out, he resuscitated me, and that was what happened. Actually, I could have lost my life through that. Yeah. Yes. So a week later, my mom, the issue got to my mother, and then immediately she evacuated me from that very remote village. So I went to stay with my mother in the Sogakope where she was living. Yeah. And then, sorry, our livelihood became very difficult. We couldn't do anything. It's hard to make have 3 square meals a day, even to not even talk about one. So she had to, again, take me out to someone who she feels can help. And that was one of her uncles again in the Western region. He is into farming. So my uncle, that's my mother's uncle, whom I call Grandpa, he took me to the cocoa farm. I started weeding, clearing weeds in the cocoa farm, cultivating all kinds of cash crops, and also going to the forest to carry beams of wood. We load it from forest to another point for about 2 weeks, and then the vehicles will come and pick it up. Sometimes forest guards will come and catch them, and so our monies will not be paid. When the monies are paid, yes, it is definitely going to the pocket of our caretakers in the house. And this has been continuing when we're not going to school. The least chance we get, we go to school. Yet, there was no light in that town. So even when you go to school and then you return to the house, you don't have any time to refresh what you have learned in the night or back at school. So it was very difficult even excelling in exams. But God has been very faithful. God has been very faithful. I excelled in my examination. That was in 2012 when I wrote BC. We call it Basic Education Certificate Examination. It cuts across West Africa. So that exams I took in 2012, and then my grandpa laid me back to my mother. Ladies and gentlemen, I came back to Sogakope, and things were very rough than I thought it would be. I had to engage into selling of yogurt, doing all kinds of business. Yogurt is an ice cream where you go to the depot, you pick it up, you sell it, you come back home. Very menial, but God has been very faithful. Through the Church of Pentecost, a global leading Pentecostal church headquartered in Ghana, they have paid for my admission into Pentecost University. But before then, let me touch a brief on my high school education. It was through the yogurt, the ice cream that I sold, that I sent myself to the high school. Nobody was there to take care of me. Even though I was helping out people, I was serving people, nobody was there to help. Because sometimes they think when they project you, you would go and then you forget them. Sometimes that's what they capitalize on, and then they let go of you. Meanwhile, you have served them. So I sold ice cream. I went in there, and then I registered myself in the high school. By the grace of God, 2016, I started high school. 2 weeks later, I was elected senior head boy of the school. It was a new school that just began, but because of the enthusiasm that I have, that yes, through education, one can realize the potentials or the dreams he or she aspires to achieve. I made sure I learned, I put in all the efforts. When it is semester break, I go back to clear wheat in a nearby village, cocoa farm. There is a woman who also has a cocoa farm, so she allowed me to clear wheat from her farm, and then she pays me something. So I was able to do so for 3 years, and then I saw myself through high school until Pentecost University, the Church of Pentecost came in to support with scholarship. So today, I am glad, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that I am pursuing Bachelor of Science in Nursing in Pentecost University, and I hope to become one of the renowned nurses in the world, and to further on to become even a medical doctor, and yet even to become the President of the Republic of Ghana. And I believe when we give children the opportunity, when we give children the opportunity to learn, when we include children in everything we do without segregating them, there is the potential that they would become or turn out being great people in the society. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Lucky Agbavor. Thank you very much for sharing your story with such vulnerability, Lucky. And what is scary, of course, is that Lucky's story is not unique. And in fact, this is a story that he shares with millions of other young people and children from around the world. Your Excellency, let me come to you first, because at the core of this is also global supply chains. And we know that the European Union proposed draft legislation on human rights and environmental due diligence. Perhaps if you can speak to us about the importance of environmental due diligence and human rights in global supply chains, and more importantly, how that aids us in moving towards a just and sustainable economic recovery from COVID-19.
Yeah. First, I'm very glad that the European Union is moving in this direction. We need to do more. We need, as Guy Ryder just said, we need to have this item much, much higher on our agenda. This is, for me, this is a moral thing. When we had a virtual meeting in September, led by Kaila Satyarthi, my hero, I said, after that meeting, I said, well, I'm stepping down as Prime Minister now late this year, and I can't just sit down doing nothing. If there's anything I want to do, is to combat child labor. And that is why I'm trying to support as much as I can. So we need to raise it on the agenda. I'm glad that EU did this, and also have a broader perspective.
Yeah.
Because I think that is needed. We have a climate issue to deal with.
Yeah.
We have a health issue to deal with. We have a lot of things that connects the world, because we are dependent on one another, no matter where you live. So that is why I think it's good to look at the labor market, supply chains, but also how can we use the climate transition in creating jobs as well. We need more clean energy, but I know also from examples in India, for example, where they also create jobs because they need maintenance. The solar and the wind power mills, they need maintenance, so they create jobs. So let's have a kind of more positive narrative and see the moral issue, but also the economic issue. I am surprised that so few can, also in the richer part of the world, can see that taking a child from labor into education will of course give her or him a better chance as a person.
Right.
But it will also strengthen the community. It will strengthen the nation. It will strengthen the world, because we are so dependent on one another. So we will create more wealth. So let's start calculating now. And I'm also co-chair of a high-level advisory board that UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has set up, because he wants proposals on more concrete action to make sure that the multilateral cooperation is more effective.
Yeah.
And in doing so, I'm thinking a lot of this issue, because I think that, because he said to us, be bold, and we want to be bold. And I think to be bold is also to show we need to start helping those who are most exposed to hunger and poverty or child labor or whatever it is. So let's start there. But this is still to be discussed in the group.
Yeah.
But I do want, I should end there, I do want also, we want to include now in our process to come up with this report in January. So we want to also include not least children and young people, because we are dealing with the future now. And then let's talk to those who have more future left than us older. So please, this is a plea for me to look into the website of this high-level advisory board on effective multilateralism. Give us advice.
Yeah.
Give us concrete proposals what we can come up with. But it's time now, and we need a global social protection. Global social protection is key now to make sure that everybody, every family can survive, put food on the table without their children working.
Your Excellency, a number of very pertinent issues, a clear call to action on global social protection. But what I'm also hearing you saying is that the business case has been proven. We know if that young children are in school, it makes economic sense for the community. It makes economic sense for the nation. It makes economic sense for the world. And so we know that's what we need to do. And I'm keen for us to tease out in the next couple of days, how do we get to that accelerated action? Because the trajectory, as we've said, that we've been on is not going to get us where we need to be by 2025 by any means. Madam, thank you very much for joining us. We haven't heard your voice today, and I'm keen, Madam Gobi, to hear from you. We're in Durban, we're in South Africa, we're on the African continent. 5 years ago, we were in Argentina. Why should Africa take the lead? Why should this be an agenda item that this region of the world in particular stands up and leads?
Well, first, because it's the decent thing to do. We as a continent have always prided ourselves in our young people being the gem, being the future of the continent. And we find ourselves in a place right now where it's disgraceful in the 21st century to be the continent with the highest level of child labor. And I think there's so many things that can be done, not just at the national level. I think even as we have these global conferences on child labor, there should be town hall meetings.
Right.
Because I think even as we talk about those in the labor market, President Ramaphosa raised that issue, the Deputy Secretary General raised the issue. Those young people who are trapped in the walls of domestic homes who are going through some of the worst forms of violence that have been left out of the statistics. Uncles who come to the villages and ask for nephews like Lucky. Grandfathers who say they are sick and little girls have to stay and take care of them who are violated. The ones who are brought, and I just want to bring it into this room, at the age of 10, that I think I could not place it, but we had a girl in our neighborhood who lived with people. She woke up at 4 in the morning. And one of my memories of her was her being smeared with feces by the person she lived with as a form of punishment. Those are the kind of young people on our continent that we still haven't seen anything done for them. So it's really, Africa should be in the forefront of this, but I think it's also beyond community issue, it's a government issue.
Yeah.
When you look at our governments, you see that the distribution or the structures of government, the Ministry of Gender, Children, Disability, all in one. Women, we have our own problems. We are one ministry by ourselves. Children have their own issues. The disabled, if you put together 3 very important group of people in one ministry and give them 5% or less than 5% of your budgetary allocation, there's absolutely no way you can say you have political will to deal with this particular issue. So I think it's time for us to start. This third thing I want to raise is that on our continent, when you have these big conferences, governments position themselves like, oh, we're ready, we want to do it. As long as the lights and the cameras are off, the politics turn to something else. There is no sustained action to deal with these things. I think as national governments are saying we want to deal with this, there should be in all of the provinces where you have structures to say, let's do a survey. How many children are out of school because their parents can't afford it? How can we provide scholarship for these children? Our governments are very rich. We have a vast natural resources on the continent. Kalash, during your speech you said, I don't blame the continent of Africa. As an African, I think you were trying to be diplomatic. As an African, I blame the continent. We have natural resources to take care of our people. Unfortunately, the deals that are struck for all of these resources never benefit our people. And I think it's time for us to really mark where we mark it. There's no longer time for us to be political about the language we use. And I know that was one of the reasons why you invited me here as an African to speak the truth. And the truth is our governments have not been responsible to its people. Corruption is a key driver of some of these things. Where resources are supposed to go for the needs of the vulnerable is going to Swiss accounts, is going to big cars, is going to different things. Until we can change all of those things, we will continue to have stories like Lucky, like the little girl who has feces smeared on her, or the ones who are being raped on a daily basis. It's time for our continent to be one of the best. I think we need to go back to the history of where we prioritize, we centered our children, our people as key to any policy, not the politics of the day.
Sure. Madam, thank you very much. And I think before I comment on the content, the tone of what you've just delivered is the tone that we want for the rest of the week. We're talking about courageous conversations. We're talking about truth to power. And we're talking about leaving no stone unturned so that we really get to the core of what we're speaking about. So many messages in there, starting off with confronting and owning shame. You use the word disgraced to say, are we shameful enough about the situation that has come about on our watch? But you've also spoke about the practice of clumping together within ministries. And then, of course, the final thing you spoke about, and Minister, I want to bring you in here. Madam speaks about when the cameras are off and suddenly the politics of the day really come into play. Two quick questions, Minister. The first one is that Madam is challenging us on sustained action. What is South Africa's call to action to the international community gathered in this room and online that is going to allow us to move with sustained action towards the elimination of child labor? Minister, might I also give you an opportunity to talk to us a little bit about South Africa's own approach, especially when it comes to social protection that is specifically targeted at children?
Well, as South Africa, we welcome this opportunity to have this conference here at home. But we believe that it's not just for South Africa, it's for the continent. And for the continent to reflect on how to take the matters forward. As Madame is saying, part of the problem is we go into these international conferences, we pass resolutions, grand plans, but no implementation. We enjoy sometimes flying between our countries and Geneva and then coming back. Now, when it comes to, say, any report of the implementation, Dololo, I think what we think is supposed to happen and we intend doing when we're talking about this call, this Durban call of action, each and every country must say out of that plan what's going to be the implementation program.
Right.
Well, as South Africa, we believe that we've been a member of ILO for a very long time, and we've been a part and parcel of their programs. We've tried to implement some of the programs. But let me just raise something which Madam raised, which you didn't ask me. I think we must just admit that it's not just corruption.
Yeah.
Let's phrase it as poor governance in the continent, which talks about a number of things. Lack of the rule of law, the wars, the corruption she's talking about, a number of issues. In South Africa, we're lucky because we have a democratic constitution, which forces us, and including the Bill of Rights. And part of that is to talk about the rights of the right to work, the right to equality. All those rights are there. And then as government, we are forced to come up with programs.
Yeah.
Our citizens are able to take us to court and challenge us, including on issues of education. We have a very vibrant civil society which challenges government about basic things, including like lack of, I would say, schools, lack of clinics and so on. So the constitution in the country is the one which forces us to respond to the issues, even if we do not want to. On the issues of social protection, which is a very, very big debate.
Yeah.
Just recently, we've faced a serious pandemic, the COVID-19. We were forced because the workplaces were closed. We had to come up with some form of a relief. To many of the workers, we had to come with a relief to the millions of South Africans who are not working, having to give 350 to them.
Yeah.
That's part of the social protection which we're giving to our people. But the debate continues to say what happens after COVID. Is the 350 going to end? There have been calls of the basic income grant for the poor who cannot be able to work. In South Africa, you're talking about 13 million people unemployed.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen to those people? The president has just put in place a program of economic reconstruction where we want to create jobs. But the reality is, even if that program does very well, we won't be able to employ maybe even 5 million people in the next 3 years. But the issue is what's going to happen to the other 10 billion people. It means, therefore, we need to talk about this issue of social protection.
Yeah.
And one of the issues which South Africa has done very well on, and I think the president did talk about, is the issue of having what we call the schools feeding scheme at the primary level and some of the high schools, especially in the poor areas. That has been able to free a lot of children from working for the parents to come to school, the 350, and they are able to come to school now in their millions. And at least they are able to be guaranteed a meal a day. And if we can be able to do that, it shows that you're taking care of the young ones and we are able to deal with poverty. But I think one of the things which we have to say, we have to fight poverty. We have to fight criminal syndicates. Because one of the problems is the criminal syndicates, which are abusing the porous borders in between the countries. I think it's worse in Southern Africa. It's all the countries of Southern Africa. And we have to sit and say, how do we tighten our borders, all of us, so that you only allow legal people, not illegal migration. It has become a problem. So we have to be comprehensive because this matter is multifaceted. That's how we're dealing with it in South Africa, by coming in with social programs, political programs, the legal side of it. So it needs that.
So, Minister, it's a multifaceted response that you've given as well, but I think you've built on the idea that I think DG Ryder mentioned it earlier on, which is let's also be conscious of migration patterns and the vulnerable children that get caught up in those migration patterns. And that's an additional layer that you're bringing to this conversation. Mr. Satriati, let me come to you. 4 decades is a long time. You've dedicated 4 decades and more of your life to really fight for children and to try and end child labor. We're here because we want to figure out a way to accelerate action. We want to figure out a way to step change away from business as usual. But it's very difficult to change speed and to change direction when you don't have an appreciation of how did you get here. So if you were to put it succinctly, in a world that is increasingly wealthier, why do we have more children in child labor? How did we get here?
Well, first of all, I would say that 4 decades are not a long time in the history of exploitation of children. Children have been exploited for 400 years or 800 years or more. So 40 years are nothing. But in these 40 years, I'm very optimistic, very, very optimistic. I'm driven by hope, and the hope comes for children like him when he dreamed to become the president of Ghana. That is hope. What Prime Minister Lovin said, what my sister Lema is saying, speak truth to power, may it be inconvenient. And my brother, who is now the minister, but earlier he was the union leader, and we worked together in the Global March Against Child Labor when we were jointly demanding an international law against worst forms of child labor. So this brings hope. We have seen that wherever the social protection program, I will come back to it, have been successfully run, the number of child labor reduced. Bolsa Escola and Bolsa Familia are concrete examples in Brazil that were taken in other Latin American countries. Midday meal scheme in India. Similarly, Mahatma Gandhi Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme have helped in ensuring jobs for rural people, the villagers, 100 days minimum jobs guarantee. And that has helped in enrollment and sustaining children in schools. So these things work. But unfortunately, as Guy also pointed out, and some of us, that in earlier years, we were on track. May not be on fast track, but we were on track. But we were slipping out of track because we don't have that political priority, even the social priority. And I must confess that we don't have that strong, coordinated, concerted, bold social movement which is required. Initial years it was there, but slowly it got diluted or weakened. That is much more needed. No one government and no one stakeholder can solve this problem. So we have to work with all possible stakeholders, including the faith institutions and faith leaders. We have to work with the churches and temples and mosques from Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Buddhas, whatever, Jewish. And they should speak out from the temples and from their holy places that exploitation of children is not only illegal or immoral, it is also against the religion, it is against the faith, it's against the God. That should come. So we have to find new ways that how we can engage other sections of society. Of course, the greediness greediness increased in society has overpowered some of the morality and ethics, and the children became the worst sufferers of it because being the cheapest source of labor, they are preferred always. They cannot form the trade unions, they cannot go to the court of law, and they are preferred as child laborers. But we must not forget that we can never eradicate poverty without eradicating child labor. 160 million child laborers means 160 million empty seats in classrooms. That means 160 million jobs
that will
of
never be
adult
realized.
people given to children or forced to children because they are cheap labor, as I said. That is also 160 million missed climate actions. These children who are in schools, they do the climate actions. But those who are trapped in mines and factories and farms, they are not going to raise their voice for climate. And that requires a very strong narrative that we cannot achieve any of the sustainable goals. I underline any of the sustainable goals without ensuring safety, education, and freedom of our children. We can't do. And that should be driven by hope. And I'm sure that the people who are sitting here, they come with, not only with some agenda, of course, everybody is enjoying this beautiful place and beautiful hospitality, but they have come with some conviction and commitment and hope. I ask you, aren't you come with that hope that we are able to eradicate child labor?
Yes.
Very slow. This morning I was so angry. I don't want to be angry with you. I love you, I love you, I love you. Say yes or no. Can you eradicate child labor?
Yes.
Are we going to eradicate child labor?
Yes.
Very slow. Why are you shy? Perhaps my English is not my mother tongue. So should I speak in Hindi? And that means baal mazduri khatam karenge. So, are we committed to end child labor?
Yes.
Raise your hands. I did not say, my dear brothers and sisters, raise your hand. Guy, I said raise your hands. Raise your hands. We have proven in the past that we can do and we will do. We will go with this conviction that we will end child labor.
So, sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Satriati. And I think the resounding call to action has been heard. Now, I've made a promise to our audience. I said, short, sharp, concise, to the point. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to begin to wrap up this conversation because I know that you're going to be with us for the rest of the week. We're going to have an opportunity to engage with some of you in the many panel discussions that we're going to have. But as we close off this conversation, I want us to go back to the promise that we made, the promise to the children of Africa that by 2025, we would have eliminated child labor. And so I want to close this off in a fun way, in a way that will lift our spirits, Mr. Satriati. I want us to think about one statement each. And as you think about the statement, I want you to think about the statement in the context of this week and this conference. And it's your call to action about how we, gathered here today and online, must show up and what we need to be doing this week. And so your sentence needs to start off with, we must. And you get to complete the sentence. Now, it's a sentence, Mr. Satriate. It's not an executive summary. It's not it's a short, sharp sentence. We must. But, Prime Minister, you look the most ready in this conversation. You look the most ready. What? Ready than everybody else. So, what's your sentence? What is it that you want us to do this week? And your sentence must start off with, we must.
We must come up with ideas, proposals to make sure that adults can have a job so that their children don't have to have jobs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we must come up with ideas, proposals, and solutions so that adults have a job so that their children do not need to have a job. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Prime Minister, thank you very much. I'm scanning, ladies and gentlemen, to see who looks most confident and looks like they can give us a better line than what we heard from Mr. Lofian. So, Minister, you look quite confident. So I'm going to come to you next. I'm going to place my bet on you on this one. We must
collectively fight against child labor. It's a social justice issue.
Ladies and gentlemen, we must collectively fight against child labor. It is a social justice issue. Let's give the Minister a round of applause, please. I'm scanning. Madam, that's a frightened look, but I'm going to choose to interpret it as an encouraged look. We must.
That is the West African woman's look. But I would say we must challenge governments to walk their talk, put money behind all of the documents.
Thank you very much. That's Nobel Peace Laureate Madame Ogbi saying to us, we must challenge governments to walk the talk. They must put their money where their mouths are and put money behind actions. Wow. So, Lucky, I'm going to come to you last because I do think that as the young person, the youngest person on the stage, that you're going to really take us home. So let me go to Mr. Satriati. We've had some really good one-liners, sir. So let's see if you can make it one better. We must.
We must be honest to our children. We must be honest to our promises we made.
Ladies and gentlemen, we must be honest to our children. We must be honest to the promises that we've made. So, Lucky, you've been listening.
Yes, sir.
As a young person today, as a survivor of child labor, today who is an advocate against child labor, we must.
We must enact rules and policies that will hold people accountable should they venture indulging these young ones into child labor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we must hold each other accountable. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this final panel for today. Can I please ask you to give my panelists a round of applause? Thank you very much. As they make their way off, ladies and gentlemen, that does conclude our time together. Allow me just to bring your attention to the fact that there is an app where you can keep track of all of the different programs for tomorrow, all the high-level panels. Of course, there are the working group meetings happening in the morning. I will see you at 12:30. All right, I will see you at 12:30 tomorrow for the first high-level panel, which will run from 12:30 to 2. Thereafter, we're going to go into our second high-level panel tomorrow at 2:30 that will wrap up at 4. We also have what we are calling Voices of the World, so high-level political statements of recommitment and reinvigoration that we're going to be sharing with you today. As we close up the day, I understand that we've got a cultural group that is standing by, ready to give us a rendition. Ladies and gentlemen, working groups tomorrow morning, the app has all the programs and the agenda items. And kindly please note, if you're looking for bios, You're not going to hear them on stage. They're on the app, they're on the website, so you can read up on everyone who's here with us. Can we give our cultural act a warm round of applause as they get ready to come onto stage? Thank you so much.